Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Broadband Committee meeting for July 2nd, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So with that, I'll call the committee meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us, looking for adoption of the agenda. Councillor Lougheed, thank you. All those in favor? Motion's carried. We have the Broadband Committee meeting minutes from May 9th, 2024. Looking to adopt those minutes from that meeting. Councillor Graham, thank you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to corporate services. 4A, we have the broadband project report for July 2nd, 2024. And I'll turn the floor over to Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. So this is our monthly broadband update that we've tried to keep up to date as much as we can. Now we've got good news to start sharing with people. So I've included a few shots on the first one on the communications part of it. There it is. A few sayings from our local area and from the Reeve on our core backbone, and some from Alberta government, and some from, of course, ISED, Connecting Rural sayings. Most of the stuff's online, so people could probably just look it up. But it's just general good news that we've been holding off for a very long time to announce. So I think with everybody here, I think it's been a bit of a relief for us all. And the next is basically the same sort of thing, other publications that we're in. We're going to post this so that people can see it and they can go and check the links out and check their facts, really. So it's a little bit of story about the background and the information and the amounts of money we've got from the province and from ISED, which is the Canadian government, for everybody's perusal. We got 5 out of the 7 we applied for, but we include 1 together, so we really got 6 out of the 7 UBF grants. So a lot of work went into that, and I'm pretty happy to see the outcome. We do have a signing announcement. I think people have started seeing out in the Ferrier area. Mage Networks is out, talking with people and getting signed up, and they're in the midst of putting up their gear and getting ready. There's always quite a lot of work in the background. So I believe that they're hoping to get in August, get everything up and running. It's been quite a good relationship so far, and they're an inventive group, and they're not just your normal ISP. So that'll be pretty exciting, and more news to come with others. I've got to press the button. Oh, there it is. So here is sort of our budget and progress overview. We're going to start adding these in to our monthly reports. Sort of gives you an idea of the areas that we've got to do, and the numbers that are relevant. The UBF number is the 7123, 7122, etc. It's so people can go online and review it at ISED too, or at the Government of Alberta. So there's always sort of a chain that people can follow through if they look at it and are interested. I don't know who'd be more interested, but I am what I am. So here's the areas, here's the grant numbers, so people can follow along. This is the areas we've named them. We may want to reevaluate our names as zones or something down the road, and we can bring that back to a different meeting if need be. It's the total cost of the projects. Breaks down, so it's the sum at that one, It's the UBF grant, the grants that the government of Alberta and the government of Canada are giving to us, and Clearwater County's portion too involved. So it's right in black and white. People can see exactly the numbers. I know there was numbers batted around in the news. We got a big raise, like 68 million or something like that. That would be nice, but so these are the real numbers. So these grants will cover up to 75% of the eligible costs for these projects, and the county will be required to fund the difference, approximately $26 million. And just to follow up so that we could do apply for all these, we did get a budget approval on May 14th for conceptual design that helped, and we can actually use the conceptual designs for future products. So it's not just a one and done, we can continue to use the conceptual design for the Nordegg and Ferrier area, which I'll be bringing in the next section. So they're very near completion. I think they're done on the 10th or something. It's just really close. The next one is our locate reporting. It's been pretty busy. I think so far we've got 276 Clearwater locates, 138 Clearwater County admin, and 5 Clearwater County emergency tickets. Emergency tickets are, hey, we're digging today, we have to, there was a car accident or something like that. So 5 of those, which is pretty typical, and there. And the other one, sorry, my bad finger pressing, we've actually sent back our reels from the broadband, the core backbone, sent back as many reels as we could that weren't damaged, and in that we had to break them down to ship them, because obviously, you can't ship 4 on one truck. So we broke them down and shipped them, and we got rid of $9,000 back in deposits. So that's sort of a good news story there. I'm sort of done with my report. If anybody questions, that would be fantastic.
Thank you for that. And may I be the first to say congratulations on these UBF grants. Without your and your team's dedication to writing those grants, we would not have been successful. So this is kudos to your team in getting to where we are today. So congratulations on that. And like you mentioned, it's been a long time coming with
years.
everything. So with everything, yes. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. This is the first time this has actually been talked about in open session.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we confirm, that way the many people watching know that 26 million is over how many years? That's not tomorrow.
No, it's not tomorrow. It'll be about 2.5 years. So,
but can be extended out to 5 was my understanding, correct? If required.
If maybe, it depends. We'd have to submit a change, and the change goes to the Minister of ISED, and they rule on whether we're allowed to extend it or not. So that's something we will do in the future for sure, ask. But as of for now, it's 2.5. March 2027, March 31st is the due date.
But not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, that's for sure. I think if you break it up, it's not, small bites. Well, big, small bites.
Thank you.
I have a question in regards to those grants, and in particular, I know we have, when we put in those projected costs, those costs were 2021 costs or those 2024 costs?
Those were 2021 costs when we submitted. Right. So they haven't up with inflation or stuff. So that's why probably in the next agenda item, we'll sort of mention those kind of things. But typically, we'll either pull back a little bit here and there and work the numbers a little bit. But we can also put in a request for that, for the cost of inflation. So far, from what I've heard through the grapevine, it hasn't been very successful. But I think because of next year's elections and stuff like that, they're just holding tight, I believe. And after it may be better.
All right, thank you. So with that, Councillor Northcott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the grants cover the construction, projected operating, annual and operating, operation and maintenance costs. What are those going to be? What kind of commitment is this municipality going to have to provide for funding for the annual operating and maintenance costs going into the future for this project? And I do have one other question after that.
For sure.
So that projected out, and those will be brought back in probably in future meetings.
Just curious for the length of discussions and the amount of time that this project has been discussed. Why are those numbers not available right now?
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee members. Those numbers were presented to this committee previously when the business plan was developed and shared with the committee and approved. We don't have them available today simply because we didn't bring the business plan with us as part of the agenda today. If there's an interest in seeing that, we'll certainly bring that back to a future meeting for discussion.
Okay, I did ask that question actually at our last council meeting, and I was told that we're going to have a broadband meeting on July 2nd, and here we are, still with no numbers available.
Your follow-up question?
Yes, I do. For the area that is not covered by a grant, there's an area in here. Who is going to fund fiber to the home, or there's additional backbone that needs to be constructed there? Who's going to pay for that, and who will fund that?
Typically, probably independent people. And the other thought is that I believe that the area in question could be serviced by somebody else under the UBF grants too. I don't know who, if there is. So generally, it could either be funded by us if the Broadband Committee so chooses, or it could be a third party that's already won that grant.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sirhan?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were having a good look at the graph there with the total project costs, what the grants funding, and what Clearwater County's portion is. And just letting the committee know that this will be part of the second meeting of July to council, when there will be a large agenda item for priority setting, and just confirming that not only is it the committee's priority project, but that it's council's priority project. So there will be more information about the other projects that the Strategic Planning Committee has looked at, as well as this recommendation from the Broadband Committee, that if it's a priority from this committee, and they will be kind of amalgamated into the priority setting agenda for council at that second meeting in July.
Thank you. So if there's no other questions, looking for a motion to accept the broadband project report for information. Oh, Councillor Graham. Okay, Councillor Graham makes that motion. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Moving on to the next item, which is the 2024 Broadband Capital Project Adjustment for the Fibre to the Home request for proposal. I'll turn that over to Mr. McDonald again.
Okay. Just letting him get his set up there. Perfect. Okay. Thanks, Michael. So this is a request for decision, and it's for our request for decision for fiber to the home for request for proposals. So the staff recommendation is that the committee directs administration to proceed with issuing requests for proposals, RFPs, for civil construction for UBF 3250 Rocky to Ferrier and UBF 0123 Rocky to Nordegg. The second recommendation is that the committee directs administration to issue requests for proposals for materials, UBF, the same ones, Nordegg and Farrier, and that the committee directs administration to request proposal for fiber splicing for the same UBF grants, and that the committee recommends to the council a budget adjustment of $57,280 to issue a request for proposal for the Universal Broadband Projects UBF 03250 Farrier area and UBF 07123 Nordegg area 2024 broadband capital project budget to be increased by $57,280 and contingency decreased by the same dollar amount. So basically I'll go into my presentation. I won't bore you anymore. So the request for proposals, and these are fiber to the home for the Farrier and Nordegg projects. That means all the way up from Farrier, Horberg, and all those others, and Crimson Lake, all those areas, just so that everybody knows. Because a lot of people are watching this and don't really know what a request for proposal is, I've tried to sort of put in what they are so that people understand, you know, why a county or municipal services put requests for proposals out. Request for proposal issued by Clearwater County is a formal document that invites suppliers, vendors, or contractors to submit proposals for procurement of goods, services, or solutions. The RFP outlines the project requirements, evaluation criteria, submission guidelines, and other relevant details necessary for potential bidders to prepare their proposals. So that's sort of the definition of this, the strict definition of it. I think I got it off the Alberta site. So this is just basically a picture of 10 houses in a building that we typically go by in the down a road. There could be some houses that are actually funded and some aren't, and businesses aren't funded under these grants. But so those are things that we have to consider as we're building down a road. The finances is the total cost of ownership worth going down that road, or is there an alternative method to doing it, or a cheaper method? So we can restrict into that. So this request for proposal is RFP preparation, materials, specifications, documentations, and the conceptual designs are already almost done to address civil construction, materials, fiber splicing, and drop programs. Drop programs, just for example, again, are from the side of the road where we drop off a pedestal or a little vault or something that goes to the person's house. So the drop program is from the property line basically into that person's house, the little gray box that puts on the side, or the gas company puts their I don't know, pressure gear on the side. I can't remember the name of it offhand. And so it's that preparation for there. So those drop programs, we have to have sign off from the resident that we're allowed on the property. There's all those kind of steps. So it's quite an intricate program to follow. RFP management and evaluation. So this is part of the proposal, is actually the management and evaluation of it. So we're gonna put the RFPs out, and then we have to score them and make sure they're scored fairly, equitably, and transparently. So we do that, and Excel spreadsheets and all that kind of fun stuff. Establish the RFP contractor pricing framework, contractual expectations for communication, scheduling, change management, design, permitting, quality assurance, reporting, and warranty. So all these kind of things are part of the request we put out. We want the company that's doing the install is reporting. We want that there's a warranty covered for a timeline of what we expect, the quality assurance, that it's being checked, that they're checking it and we're checking it so that it's good, and scheduling, and any change management process that's in place. So for example, change management is you come across a bridge and there's going to be you know, who knows, we find out later on there's gonna be construction of that bridge, maybe we have to go around for that year or something like that, so you would put a change in and stuff like that, so, oh, sorry.
Blinky lights, so we'll go with Deputy Reeve Milhoff first.
Thank you, Reeve. The grants are truly a good news story, but they're a good news story if we can keep the money here. So how are we, in our RFP process, ensuring that we are allowing a playing field for our local contractors to actually be able to do work? Because I know historically some of our RFPs have said must have worked with the municipality 3 times or have a track record with us, et cetera, but this is a brand new program, so how are we ensuring that we are keeping this money as local as we can? And let's start with that.
Which one? Ms. Serhant?
One of the things will be what is the goal for what the RFP is designed to do. So what's the priority of the RFP? Is it to ensure that the quality of the work is top-notch? Is it to ensure that it's being done in a certain time period? Is it or is it the most cost-effective? Is the contractor local? So all of those priorities might be conflicting, or they might be in concert. It will come to how the RFP is scored and what the most important priority is for the committee and the project.
Do you have something to add?
Yeah, we have to follow, and I may defer to CAO Emmons, is the Northwest Trade Agreement. We have to be very careful on that. We're subject to that, so we can't just say, hey, local guy down the road, we pick you. It has to be fair and a transparent system. So I don't think you can use preferences in that. You can't say just because you're local, you win, or you take precedence over somebody else. And I think just maybe clarify with CAO Emmons.
CAO Emmons?
Thank you, and Mr. McDonald's exactly right. We are restricted heavily by legislation, and the purpose of that legislation is to ensure actually the exact opposite, that it is open and equitable to all. You know, what we rely on is actually competitive bidding. Because they're local, they should be able to keep their costs down. Their MOB and DMOB is a lot less, or should be, giving locals that heads up. When we get into any need for day labor, that's the opportunity outside the RFP where absolutely we can bring it in more as a local priority because we have that latitude. But when we cross the dollars for the trade agreement, legislation does handcuff us for that.
And I guess the other point too is because we're being scrutinized by the government of Alberta and the government of Canada, we've got to be careful on how we do things logically. And I think, thanks, Mr. Emmons.
Would you like to? Yes, Mr.
I think it was
Councilor Lyon.
mostly touched on, but would I be correct to assume that when we do this evaluation of the RFPs, there would be some form of a matrix involved that would have many points that would be evaluated? And do we have opportunity to prioritize any of those items within the matrix? Can we develop our own matrix, or is that something that is defined through legislation?
We will be developing most of our framework, but some is legislative. Some is from the Alberta government's legislative right in the agreements, and especially, so we have to be careful on what we do, but there is some latitude here and there, that's for sure.
And I would be very pleased if we know this is a sizable project, that those funds are coming in to benefit our community, but why not benefit the community as well through the construction process? And if there's any way to prioritize things within that matrix that would benefit local contractors or keeping that economic development within our own community, I think that aligns with the economic development priorities of our council and this organization for quite a number of years. So I'm pleased to hear that there's some opportunity for local contractors and through day labor to really highlight the great businesses we have here locally.
Yeah, and I do know, even when we did our core backbone, we did hire some major, like bigger companies that came in and did it, but they hired a lot of local people. They used a lot of local companies, vac trucks for one, you know, sand, gravel, all those kind of things. They used a lot of people like that, locals, because one, it's cheaper for them, quite frankly. So, and they did hire laborers a lot. So they always try to hire laborers local, so maybe that's, you know, a stipulation we could put in. I don't know if I'm allowed, so I would just be careful. Never hurts to ask.
So follow-up, Reeve Mella?
So thank you, Reeve, and thank you for that, because I truly think that if there's ways that we can keep it local, just like Councillor Lahi was saying, I think that those are important things. And one of the feedbacks that I got was one of the stipulations being that you must have worked with the municipality 3 times or et cetera. So having things like that could be restrictive, that aren't necessary to be in an RFP would, I think, be helpful. And I, like what Ms. Serhan said, I think that there's a way we can have all of the things that she mentioned. We have some amazingly high quality companies that put pipe in the ground literally all day, every day. It may not have a piece of glass running through it, but they do put pipe in the ground all day, every day. So I truly think that we can keep this as local as possible and put our people to work and use it as an economic spinoff for our own area, just like Councillor Lahi had mentioned. So I look forward to that.
Ms. Serhan?
Yes, and of course, it'll be open for them to bid, just like for anyone else. So hopefully we get some local people bidding and that they come in cost effective and they have some great experience that they can participate in the project.
Is the expression of interest still open online as well?
Yes,
So,
we do have the expression of interest. It's the link, and it goes through to Rigstar, and we set up a whole system, as we've done many times before, is they basically, you know, they can log in and they can get their credentials, and if they want to work with us in partnerships, they can apply for that, sign an NDA, and then we can work with them, you know, one-to-one in that, and which we've done several and still are doing several. And actually, we had another one last week sign up, so which is good.
perfect, thank you. All right, carry on, please.
Oh, so the timeline, now, when I put estimated in there, I should have put a little bit bigger. But just so you know, I'm starting to do a little timeline. This is just for 2024. I do have one for the whole thing, just to sort of start and see where we are. And this is kind of the kind of thought process I would like to be able to put on the website so that people can follow along and we can sort of put check marks or something beside it as we go. You know, we'll probably do a yearly one and then we can do the whole sort of things, just so people can follow along. And as we get more into construction, we could do the zones and mapping and show what roads are going down, but of course we don't have anything yet. So start conceptual design, which we've done. Announce the grants, which we've finally done, again. Broadband committee meeting, that's today. And what we would want to do is, if we get this passed, to go ahead and do the RFPs, review and award RFPs in Q3, request budget just for 2024 construction with approval of committee and council, and ideally in Q4 start construction. Last year, we actually did, not we did some construction, but a lot of companies did construction last year, knock on wood, because of the weather. I know a couple companies that worked from Nordegg out to, is it Bears Paw? Or Bighorn, sorry, I apologize. Bighorn, and they worked all winter. So they took 2 weeks off, that's it. So if we could get a jump start on that, that'd be fantastic, but that's weather dependent. This is Alberta, it's not. Weather changes, just look out the window. And then our next request is for our budget for the 2025 construction season, and go from there. And then we'll update the construction progress and possible end of work for 2020, weather dependent. And that's just a quick idea so that the general public can see what's going on, because we've been so introverted, I guess is the word, to tell people. This gives everybody an idea of what's going on, when we're asking for, and what could go on. Of course, there's lots of filler in here, and this is just an estimate. Next is my 2024 to 2027 sort of outline. This is a work in project. I'm not an artist. I will get professional help. I will seek professional help, as they say. It is that bad. No, this is just an estimated, of course. We know we haven't started. We haven't pushed the button yet, really. So announce awards, do the UBF grant for RFPs, budgets, engagement, and that's another topic for today. Construction begins winter, fall, and then next year we'll be putting out RFPs for the other three remaining projects. Construction spring 2025, budget request 26, construction 2027, budget 2027, finished construction, due date March 2027. So this is, all relative to move, with requests for extensions and everything else like that. So estimated project timeline. And again, I want to keep something like this on our website so people can follow along. And it will get more detailed. Ideally, we'll want to be able to click on a spot, go to where we're constructing, and see the lines going out and what area and what sections. Maybe we're going to put a survey out and all those kind of things. But I'll start filling these out when we get more details. This is just a rough thing. And so that's my
Your report,
kick at the
perfect.
can.
So a bit of a dashboard, right, is what you're,
Yeah.
kind of a thing, so as we're going along, you can
Yeah.
update it weekly or,
Weekly or
Or
monthly, and I
yeah.
think when we get more construction going, I think it'll be a weekly update. I think right now, this until Christmas or so, it'd probably be a monthly thing, but, it depends on the construction, and it's all relevant and when we start and the physical stuff, because once we, we're gonna do the construction and stuff like that, but we still wanna build in light as we go pretty much as we can. It'll be sections. It'd probably be, we would build a little section and, 20 or 30 homes, light them, go on to the next zone and the next zone and the next zone, so leapfrogging. And then that kind of, that's the plan anyways,
Perfect.
as we go forward.
awesome. Councillor Logie.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, or Chair Swanson. I noticed on the timelines that the due date of March 2027 is there, understanding that it's still termed as a construction time in 2027. How do you rationalize that?
I don't.
That, because some of this work, of course, could be done with our winter or spring conditions.
Yeah.
And some probably not.
Some can't, no. So in that construction, 2027, I'm thinking it's like, almost in my mind, it's a bit of a buffer. It's that last 3 months that, sometimes don't get done in the winter that you presume it's gonna get done. And those would be, setting a manhole, more testing. I would think fiber testing and all those kind of things. It's sort of, I don't know, I would call it a safety buffer because that's their due date. So that's the way they work. So it's, yeah. Ideally, we would be finished everything, 99%, and then maybe something comes up that we would have to push out. So, yeah, good question.
Follow up?
Well, hopefully it's being successful in more grants that allow us to extend the good news to all
Yes.
areas, all projects. I'm hoping for that over the next bit too. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been several references to the good news finally being able to be shared, and I just wanted to clarify for our viewers that we have known about these grants for a little while, but it hasn't been the choice of this committee nor of administration to withhold that information. We were constricted by the federal provincial governments until they were ready to make their announcements. So now that that's happened, we can talk about this publicly. publicly, but I wanted to make it clear that it wasn't the county's choice to hold back that information.
Cool. Thank you for that. All right, so concluding that, item 4B, looking for the motions suggested in the staff recommendation. Are there any motion? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
Thank you for your presentation and all the work that always goes into all of these. I will make the first staff recommendation that the committee directs administration to proceed with issuing requests for proposals for civil construction of UBF 03250 Rocky to Farrier and UBF 07123 Rocky to Nordegg.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just one question. Confirming this is going like right up to X. So I just don't want to see any monopolies created in that space between our line and X.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that if we own all the way up, so they can choose whatever ISP on the other end, and if they don't like that person isn't, or that company rather, is not servicing them well, they can choose a different company, or not stuck because that company built from the road to their into their, wherever the box is that they hook up to. I really just want to make sure that our residents have the ability to choose and continue choosing based on the service that they're getting, that they're not stuck with whoever built from the road to X.
And that is the intention of the open access network, and what this committee and previous committees drove forward. So that the intent is for us to own right to the demarker, to the person's home, and those people would have those choices. We're actually part of the next thing is to actually, doesn't say it necessarily in there, but eventually what we'll be doing is we'll have basically a website you can log on, or as a resident log on and pick and choose on which ones you want. If there's in that area, maybe there's only one supplier in the area, that's your choice. But if there's 3 suppliers in the area, you could pick which one you wanted, or which package you're so happy with. Or so definitely that's the whole open access guidelines basically that we've been given to do. So if there's other options that come forward that are different, we would probably bring it to the broadband committee and let us discuss it as a team.
For sure, thank you. It's just, that's been important to me right from the beginning, because I do not want to see
A monopoly.
a monopoly of any ISP, and I want our residents to have the choice. So,
Absolutely, totally agree with you.
awesome, thank you.
All right, motion on the table for staff recommendation 1. Councillor Northcott.
We'll be supporting this motion without the operating and maintenance costs available to the public. At this time, I won't be supporting this.
Just a quick question for Director Hagan. When we represented the business plan, there was revenues also predicted in that as well, correct? Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, both revenues and anticipated expenses, as well as future capital replacement and so forth, and break-even points along the way. So we will be revising that business plan based on more current information, but we'll look to bring the information that we have to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion on the table for staff recommendation 1. I see no further lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. I see there's a staff recommendation 2. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I would make the staff recommendation number 2 as presented.
All right, that the committee directs administration to issue the RFPs for materials for UBF 0325 and 07123. Any comments, questions on that motion? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Northcott, no?
No, it'll be just a repeat of this previous comment that I'd made. Without the operating and maintenance costs available to the public, again, I won't be supporting this. I do have one other. For revenues, you can have a revenue of less than what if you had, for example, if you had a revenue of $1, that could be considered revenue, right? But you could have an expense of $10, but it would show a revenue, is that correct? You could have a revenue, but it would be less than your expenses. Would that be a correct statement?
Director Hagan.
Thank you for the question, Councilor Northcott. That's correct. And what we're projecting within the business plan is essentially that revenues will be less than expense in the initial years, and then showing as more and more services come online, more customers are coming online, more internet service providers are signing up with us and paying us our wholesale prices, then that revenue starts to increase, and there will be a break-even point at some point down the road. And then what we anticipate and hope for is that revenue starts to exceed those expenditures so that we have money for reinvestment and replacement of equipment going forward and so forth.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. So Director Hagan, so theoretically, the sooner the project gets moving, gets built, and people get set up, the sooner that those revenues and those break-even points can be hit.
Director Hagan?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
I guess I'll continue with the question for Director Hagan. In the business plan, which I believe it is available to the public, did it include businesses signing up and everything like that, or was it only residences?
Director Hagan?
From the county's perspective, the revenue is coming from the telecommunications providers that sign up for our services. We won't be seeing revenue directly from either businesses or residents signing up. That will go to the telecommunications providers. We're essentially selling wholesale services and access to our network to those providers. So as the providers come online, revenue will start flowing. We've got one signing on already, as Mr. McDonald reported earlier. We will start seeing revenue from that this year. So the revenue stream has begun, and as mentioned, it will continue to grow. The more telecommunications providers come on board, the more services they're ordering in order to provide services in turn to residents and businesses, the more money that the county will see coming in.
Could I rephrase my question?
Absolutely.
Did the business plan include assumptions of business owners signing up, maybe I should say, or just residents?
No, absolutely. It would assume that businesses as well as residents would be signing up, and that the telecommunications providers would be signing them up and providing service to them. So that was all included. And just to clarify, until these grants were announced, we weren't able to share the business plan, so it's not publicly available yet. We will look to the committee's guidance as to how and when they would like that information shared.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Councillor Lai?
And just so it reminds me of, our system is designed to last 50 plus years, so any of those positive balances on income versus costs will be coming in over 50 years. And this was a system that is typically going to be built with 25-cent dollars, and what I mean by that is that other levels or orders of government are contributing from 2/3 to 3/4 of the cost of the project to start with, and then the benefit comes back to the residents of Clearwater County over the next 50 years plus.
Director Hagan?
That's correct. The timeline that we're looking at is a 50-year life on the fiber, the conduit that's buried. Of course, the electronic equipment's going to have to be replaced more frequently than that as technology changes and improvements are added to the network. So that is part of the business plan, is that any excess revenues would go into restricted surplus accounts and be available to fund those equipment replacements and upgrades and so forth going along. In terms of the federal and provincial funding, it's not necessarily 25% cost to Clearwater County. If you go back to those numbers that Mr. McDonald presented, combined federal and provincial governments are funding 75% of the eligible costs. So what they define as eligible costs are homes that they've identified on these routes that are not currently meeting the CRTC minimum standards for broadband performance. So there could be houses, there could be businesses along the way that they don't consider serviced. The county would like to see them serviced. So on those, the county would be picking up costs related to servicing those as well. So it ends up being that the county picks up 25% of the eligible costs under this program, plus all of the ineligible costs. So it averages out, and we don't have the exact percentage. It might be somewhere between 25% and 33% being on the county's responsibility. But we'll have to see that through our reporting once we get that set up and bring back to the committee in the future.
Thank you. All right, so a motion on the floor for the request for proposals for materials. Seeing no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion is carried. Seeing another staff recommendation, Councillor Lougheed.
I would be pleased to recommend staff's third recommendation.
Third recommendation is that the committee directs administration for an RFP process for fiber splicing for the 2 UBF grants identified. Any comments, questions on that one? Seeing no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. I have one other final staff recommendation. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion for staff recommendation number 4 as presented.
Thank you. And that is in regards to a budget adjustment for $57,280 for the request for proposal for the both projects, and that the capital budget be increased by the same amount and contingency decreased by the same dollar amount. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Northcott.
Thank you. So it's indicated on this that the cost to Clearwater County would be $25,857,654. However, we're going to increase the cost by an additional $57,280. So that number, what? Or is this 57,000 included in the 26 roughly million?
Director Hagan.
That about would be included in the amount, the 25 million.
Yep.
So it's really a question of timing. We'll need some funding now in order to get the RFPs out, but we did anticipate when we submitted the estimated project costs, the costs of issuing the RFPs, the cost of construction, cost of materials, and so forth all along the line. So this is not an additional cost. This is one of the costs that are included in that total. It's just a question of the fact that we'll need this money up front in order to get started on this project.
Okay.
Paula?
Yeah, just with other priorities throughout this municipality, again, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just like, for example, the North Fork project was not in the budget, the road's left in. It will be coming the exact same way for a budget adjustment because it was not budgeted for that. They have to come for a budget adjustment. If we can't find it in contingency, we have to source a different place on the line. There's room in contingency for this project. If there's not room in contingency, we then pick a spot within our reserve fund in order to fund that project. It's merely a process based on the fact that it wasn't part of the budget deliberations back in December.
Director Hagan.
That's exactly right, and thank you for clarifying that for our viewers as well. I believe that at this point, because these dollars are relatively small compared to the total overall, there is indeed room within contingency that we can fund this. When we look at the overall project costs, that would be the challenge for this committee, as Ms. Serhan pointed out, and as well for council in terms of ranking this project, you know, in terms of priority to other county projects, and looking at the funding sources, and that'll basically come down to taxes, reallocation of restricted surplus accounts, or potentially debt going forward. So those choices will be coming, but right now, as you say, there is room within contingency, so we can keep these wheels rolling at this point without holding up the show.
Thank you. All right, so motion number 4 is on the floor. No other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion carries. So moving on to item 4C, which is the engagement project. So, yep.
I'll get my company.
You'll get your company to come in? Perfect. Please welcome, have a seat. And we'll quickly do introductions if that works, okay? So we'll start with council introductions first, so I'll start with Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Counselor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Counselor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
And good morning, Michelle Swanson, Counselor for Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Counselor.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Cam McDonald, Information Technology Manager.
Hi, I'm Asia Stanty. Good morning. And I am the engagement lead for Arcadis.
Good morning, Keith Ponton. I'm the Director of the Telecommunications Practice with Arcadis.
Thank you so much. So with that, I'll go to Mr. McDonald and he can start with the background.
So I'm going to add to this. So I'll give you the staff recommendation first for the engagement project. Staff recommendation is that the committee recommends to council a budget adjustment of $159,500 for the engagement project of the Universal Broadband Fund grants. Here we go. 3250, 7119, 7121, 7122, and 7123. 2024 broadband capital project budget to be increased by $159,500 and contingency to be decreased by the same dollar amount. So I'm going to actually hand this over to Mr. Potton to go through, and I will pass you the
Baton, pass the baton.
the clicker, or whatever they want to call it.
Perfect.
Thank you. Good morning, pleasure to be here. And some familiar faces and some new faces. We as Arcadis, formerly IBI Group, have been working with the county, and we're very pleased and grateful to be part of the program, and congratulations on the recent grant announcement. Let's see if I click the right way. So today we're here to talk to you about engagement. As important as engineering the infrastructure is, the other key ingredient that is common with successful community broadband projects is community engagement. From a perspective of knowing what's going on within the community at a very broad scale, right down to when will my home or property be connected, and how will you connect it and ensure that my private property is respected and that it's done in a way that is agreeable to me as a property owner. So we're here to talk to you about the engagement process. You'll see that there are some things that come with the UBF grants in terms of obligations for signage and communication, and other things that are recommended as best practices. So I will hand the discussion to my colleague Asia, who's a professional with Arcadis, who focuses on community engagement, and she'll take you through the approach, objectives, and plan.
Thanks, Keith. So we have been working with Cam and Georgita, who I understand is now happily on mat leave, and we've been working with them to kind of start up a bit of a program approach and objectives. And as you have mentioned, it's not, you have recently been able to announce this, this funding, and you've wanted to be able to communicate to the public. And it is so important that you have an open and transparent dialogue, and we understand this. This is really important. One of the things that we do as engagement professionals is create an engagement plan at the very beginning of the engagement approach. The engagement plan includes an impacted party analysis. We don't usually like to call them stakeholders. Impacted parties is what we go with now. And it includes key topics for engagement, key messaging that we use for each of those parties, the timeline. So the whole process, what time we do engagement, who we do that engagement with, and what kind of elements we usually use. The types of engagement, so whether that's social media, whether that is going to be signs. We do have to use the Government of Alberta signs and different types of engagement. And then we have to go with the Government of Alberta and Innovation in Science, the ISED guidelines, and we'll incorporate those. Broadband is not an intuitively natural language that people generally understand, so we want to make sure that all of the language is communicated in a natural language that people understand. So this is something we want to take into account and communicate it to the right populations in the right language. So some of the things that we have to use for this campaign is the Government of Alberta UBF signage requirements. So these are some of the things that we will be using: the indoor and outdoor public signage, the print and digital marketing, and website images. So some of those you can see up there. And then we've talked with your communications department, and we have planned out some in-person and online engagement. We have planned 1 virtual engagement and then 7 in-person engagement sessions, 1 for each district, and 1 virtual engagement session. Just to touch on that, in terms of the timing for those, which I believe we'll get into a little bit later, those will be timed for around the planting and Christmas and different seasons. So we'll get into those a little bit later. I think we have a slide for that. I think Keith is going to take this one.
Sure. So along with the comprehensive engagement strategy in getting messages to people is the online portal, and very much a portal focused on the individual, what we hope is the future subscriber, be it either a resident or business, allowing them to place a pin on the map to be communicated to in terms of timelines of when their property would be connected, and allowing for information collection if they wish to volunteer their information to be contacted by the future retail ISPs that will be selling products and services to them. So it carries it right from the construction phase of coordinating when will the fiber infrastructure be on my property, when will construction happen, down to allowing retail ISPs to reach out to them and advertise their services to them as a future subscriber. The analytics that come with this package are quite comprehensive, and it allows us to understand, to slice and dice the data in various different forms, allow you to understand which areas are early adopters in terms of numbers, areas that are perhaps not adopting as quickly as you would have expected, and perhaps focus additional engagement and advertising on those areas. What we've seen in mature networks as signups occur, as you would appreciate, retail internet service providers are very hungry for this information. So there's a process to release the information in a fair and equitable way of all the new addresses that are connected on any given week or month. And then it's essentially the retail ISPs that are able to go and market their services to new customers. And overall, it's important to communicate to residents frequently, but also with the information that we have in hand. As you can appreciate, the plans are not fully formed for the next 3 years. So we will go through a planning phase and then become more visible once activities are occurring along roadways and construction is happening. And I'll let Asia sort of build on that in terms of the timing of reaching out to people with in-person engagement activities.
Yeah, so we do have some planning going on right now in the background. We do want to reach out to people on a consistent basis, but we want to go out there and get on the ground in person kind of around the March to April timeline when we expect that there's going to be construction happening, and we want to let people know what is happening, how they can get in touch with us, how they can, we want to make sure that we're communicating with them and that they can communicate with us. If there are trucks in the area, we have a couple of different ways that they can get in touch with us. One of the ways is to have QR codes on the sides of trucks, and then we want to let them know what is happening in their area. If there's construction going on, then that's a really good way and a really good time to go out there and be in the area. So currently, estimated, we want to go out there and be doing online in-person engagement in probably February, March, April. It's outside of the holiday time, it's outside of kind of farming, planting time, so we want to probably do that March and April. It's a little bit late to be able to advertise and get everything planned for September, October, so probably looking at March and April. Oops.
Yeah.
Did I miss something?
And maybe just a concluding comment that certainly it is important to be proactive, to proactively communicate, and to constantly communicate updates as they are available. We've certainly seen in other communities that in the absence of proactive communication, the rumor mill is alive and well, and it requires a lot of effort to, I'll say, correct incorrect information that gets out within the community. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for projecting the timeline, and we understand that there's 6 months left in 2024 before 2025. We'd like to start up, and thank you for the consideration as far as timing. Questions from the committee? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I have several. Firstly, we have a wonderful in-house team. Nothing against your engagement plan, anything like that. But why are we using a third-party team when we have such a great communications team in-house? My guess is with DJ being on maternity leave, we may not have current capacity in order to achieve this, but I wanted to ask the question anyway.
That would be absolutely correct. I think putting the onus on our communication staff right now would be a heavy resource, and the expectations would be almost full-time for them to take the broadband portion on, and I think that I wouldn't think it'd be fair, or we'd be looking for maybe extra even help to hire, so I think this is one of the reasons we do that.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, and we absolutely realize and are committed to giving this the attention that it deserves, and we wanted to make sure that we didn't shortchange this communication, nor our regular ongoing communications. So we did anticipate that even before we knew that one of our members would be off on maternity leave. And this was part of the original engineering services RFP that went out, and Arcadis was successful on that. So we've already got that partnership established appropriately, and now what we're looking for is consensus from the committee that this is the direction to go in, and then the related budget funding that we can afford to pay for these services.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you. The last timeline showed construction, hopefully, fingers crossed, Q4. This shows that the engagement with the community is not going to start till Q1 of 2025. I think that's a little late, because if we're constructing, we need to be communicating.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you, and that's what we're doing in our engagement planning phase. Of course, these are all hypothetical numbers or estimates, so if we do start, that's when we would start our engagement. We would try to match it, that's for sure. I absolutely hear you on that.
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up?
I'll let Is this on the subject, Councillor Lougheed? Would you like to?
Thank
Yep.
you, and I just want to say that I'm certainly supportive of starting the engagement process as soon as possible. I think I can only look to the example of other projects that have been occurring or leading up to other projects within this community. I'll just say Highway 11, twinning, how important it is to get out and get that information to the public, even if it's fairly basic information without a lot of detail at the moment. It's nice to set the community at ease as to when things are coming. You know, there's a few basic questions that can be answered quite quickly. It gets that out and in front of the public, and I think it leads to the overall perception of the project as being successful right from the beginning. If there's questions that are unanswered, that social network starts to happen, and people, people's fears come out, and I think those fears have been nurtured over the events of the last number of years, and we want to make sure we can assure the public that this is a great project that's going to impact their life in a positive way and get that message out there.
Thank you. Okay, follow-up, Deputy Reed Miller.
Yes, thank you, and even just to piggyback on Councillor Lougheed, I 100% agree. I think the sooner we can get out in person in particular, the better. Our community responds a lot better to in-person than virtual. We've seen that in the numbers on any of our virtual stuff. So if we can get out there and get them as much of this conversation has happened in camera. And I think sometimes we forget that even when we're asking questions, the people that may be watching actually don't have the background in order to understand the questions that we're asking, because we have not even had a fulsome, full breakdown of the project in open session. So some of the things may not make sense. So the sooner we can get out to the public, the better. I also wanted to ask, what type of format are you planning on doing this in? We've gotten some criticism in the past on different presentation methods, particularly around our amalgamation presentations that we've done. So I was curious what type of format you were looking to engage the public in.
I'll let you respond, Asia.
Sure,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah.
We're looking at probably a little bit of a presentation. We're hoping to have somebody from your side there to answer some questions. And then what we call a world cafe. So smaller groups of people answering questions, asking questions. It's something where you have smaller groups of people to assuage fears, and it gets people talking. It gets groups of people from their community talking to people from talking to more knowledgeable professionals. And so if they want to ask questions, they can talk to people from the community as well as people from outside the community, and it's just a way to facilitate conversation. So it's a little bit more of a comfortable situation.
I've personally attended one here in May at the special areas in regards to an irrigation project, and it was well turned out, exactly what you just commented on, a World Cafe, where they had the engineers at the different stations and talking, and there was probably 65 people there. It was very well attended and very engaging, and they were willing to start the conversation over as new groups came through, and so again, it's a different format, and some people have different knowledge about this, because we know we have different community members that have been advocating for broadband for many years, so they are following the process have been following along. So they may have different, specific questions at the end, but there's some that this is a brand new topic, so that they're being impacted with. So follow up, Deputy Reed Miller.
Yes, thank you. That sounds great. I like the combination of having a presentation to the whole group and then the split off to get more detailed in questions. I think that's great. And like I said, the sooner the better. And absolutely, please coordinate with our team as I'm sure you have been doing, because I know myself, I would like to be at every single one that I can make, and I'm sure the rest of the team agrees. We like to be at as many of the public engagement as possible.
We'd love to have you there.
So, thank you.
More the better.
Yeah.
Merrier.
Yeah.
So, quick question then in regards to the budget adjustment. It is for all the recent UBF grants,
That's all
correct?
for all five.
For all five, yes. So with this timeline, okay, all right. So there is a staff recommendation. Counselor Northcott?
Question there's lots of engagement and there's, you know, with residents and the public for projects here, there. I'm just curious, in the event, if there was engagement and it's, and there's, you know, a project that's not desirable, like where it's fairly evident that, you know, the residents don't really desire, you know, project of whatever sorts it may be. What happens then? Like, I know that there's always engagement, it seems like things just always move forwards, but when it's, you know, clearly evident that the large majority of residents don't desire, you know, something, how's that dealt with? What action is taken then? So you have the information out in front of you, then what happens?
I will just chime in just before, I know since the announcement on June 14th, I have had nothing but people come up to me and very excited about this. So I do understand that there's been people that are, like I say, that haven't been following along, that maybe don't quite have the information that this committee has had, but I know myself, it's been, I haven't had any negative response per se, so I think it's all good, because everybody's talking about economic development. So that's been my experience so far, so maybe you have had something different with that end of things. Do you look into administration in regards to that, CEO Emmons?
Thank you, and as any project, Councillor Northcott, it's always council's approval. Council as a whole, governance, administration, we take direction, and we follow through. So this is no different than any other project. If council hears a lot of negativity in one area, it's always council's authority to step away from a grant or step away from an area and direct administration accordingly.
Thank you for that. So we have a staff recommendation in front of us. Looking for a motion for the staff recommendation. Councillor Lougheed? Thank you very much. Any comments, questions in regards to the staff recommendation about the budget adjustment? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I just want to confirm before voting, so you guys are going to be a part of this till we're done building with this price? It's not just for the engagement, and it's until 2027, I believe, is the date? Yeah. Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right. See no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That motion's carried. So with that, I see we are at our closed session. So maybe looking for a quick 10-minute, 15-minute break before we go into closed session. So we'll call a break right now, please. start. And welcome back from our break. So we're now on to item 5 in our Broadband Committee meeting, which is closed session. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Lougheed, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
this on the screen?
It's not on the broadcast.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We have just come out of closed session. We are going to go for our lunch break and be back just before 1 for our, back into closed session for a delegation. and welcome back from, to the Broadband Committee for July 2nd, 2024. We just finished our lunch break, and we do have items left in closed session, so I'll be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? And that is carried. And welcome back. We are now out of our closed session. And we have a couple of motions coming out of closed session. And I will look to the councillors to make the, I believe we have one for 5A, and go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would like to make a motion that the committee directs administration to issue a request for proposal for construction of the fiber optic network east. I'm just gonna start over.
Yep.
I would like to make a motion that the committee directs administration to issue a request for proposal for construction of the fiber optic east of Rocky Mountain House.
Perfect.
Nailed
Thank
it.
you. Yes. Any comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Debbie Reeve-Melhoff?
And I would move that the committee directs administration to investigate Clearwater Broadband Foundation to see where efficiencies can be found for the benefit of the community and bring back a report to the Broadband Committee.
Perfect. Any other comments, questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. And seeing as we're at the end of the day and we have no other items on our agenda, looking for a motion to adjourn. Okay, Councillor Graham, thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you for attending.